Tibetan might be easier. This is also quite hard because it goes. This goes quite fast, and so when they're going fast and it's not, if it's not versified, it's very easy to get lost.
Yeah, that's right.
If there's something you're not familiar with like that. Good morning. So that the audience was like at least a half hour late. He was running behind schedule. We didn't get out. It was after 6. So and then I'm kind of fighting off a cold, so I didn't.
Oh yeah, I didn't expect that.
No, it wasn't. Then I was just thinking to go see Kemperubuche, and I didn't even see my friends. So I went right home and I was asleep by like 7:30.
Feeling better?
A little bit. Still, my throat's. I have a little bit of a cough, and I'm sneezing a little bit.
I have a little bit of coldy stuff too now.
Did you find a place for the shampoo longs? Where are you going to hold it?
Taiwan Temple.
Oh. How large is it?
350.
Should be okay.
We have 2 also artistic badges, one for Day3 John, first house, Day3 John, first house, and Manada Espresso, who passed.
Oh, I have your pen. Of course, we don't know what it says. It was in Tibetan, I could probably read it.
Can I see?
It's his.
This one is wrong. This one is wrong.
What?
Who is it?
I think it's Gesar, Ling Gesar.
But it's probably as long as you
King.
This Yishinor Budru.
Yes, but the
Yeah.
king.
Gesar of Ling.
Who? He is the king. No?
He's kind of like a semi-legendary figure. What do you say? He defeated all these non-Buddhist armies, and then he meditated. Then he meditated for many years on the people he had killed. He meditated, make sure that their consciousness went to pure realm, and he was the emanation of Guru Rinpoche.
Emanation of
Guru Rinpoche. But I can't read what this because this is in Chinese.
Yes. That's why I said.
If it was in Tibetan, I could probably read it, but I'm not prepared to read Chinese. Because we were both, but what I did is put them both together, one-on-ones. but because he didn't go, I went to the audience, and so one of us had to stay here. So I got one of those drawings for him, which was difficult actually. Yes, sir. I have to ask one of my Chinese friends what it says. Chonam Chanchu Bardu Dakni Chapsu Daki Jinso Jipe Sonam Rola Penchi Sanji Drupar Chuchin Shapadan Jesu Yiran Kushin Sowa Dima Chante Daki Sisapa Namche Daki Chanchup Chirmo Tamchi Devo Amiti Tita Chuchi Kolo Cordu So. It's okay. I'll do. All Buddhism Bodhisattvas dwelling in the 10 directions, think of me. sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly perform restoration and purification. I state your name, Karluma Ludrapabar. Show also from this time onward until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly undertake restoration and purification. Sojong. Repeat. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dwelling in the 10 directions, think of me. Master, think of me. Just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horses, the great elephants who have performed the task and fulfilled the function, who have cast off the load, who have thereupon gained their own benefit, who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly perform restoration and purification. Sojong. I state your name, Karmalodra Palmar. Show also from this time onward until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment, properly undertake restoration and purification of Sojong. Third repetition. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dwelling in the 10 directions, think of me. Master, think of me. Just as the Tathagatas, Arhats, completely perfect Buddhas of the past, the intelligent horses, the great elephants, who have performed the task and fulfilled the function, who have cast off the load, who have thereupon gained their own benefit, who have completely extinguished the fetters of existence, whose words are true, whose minds are well and truly freed, who have well and truly liberated wisdom, just as they, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true and complete enlightenment, properly perform restoration and purification. I state your name, Karmalodra Palbar. Show also, from this time onward, until the sun rises tomorrow, for the sake of all sentient beings, to benefit them, to liberate them, to eliminate famine, to eliminate illness, to completely perfect the factors of enlightenment, to perfectly realize the unsurpassed, true and complete enlightenment, properly undertake restoration and purification, Sojong. This is the method. Sit comfortably. From now on, I shall not take life, nor shall I take another's things. I shall commit no sexual act, nor shall I speak untruthful words. I shall give up intoxicants, which are the cause of many faults. I shall not sit on great high seats, nor eat at inappropriate times. I shall abstain from perfumes and necklaces, jewelry, song and dance. Just as the Arhats in no time take life or do the other acts, I also give up killing and so forth. May I achieve supreme awakening. May this world whirling with so much suffering be freed from the ocean of existence. Sambhara, Sambhara, Bara, Bara, Maha, Shuddha, Sato, Pema, Vibhokita, Buddha, Tahara, Tahara, Samenta, Amalokite, Om Pe, Soha, Om, Amoga, Shila, Sampada, Sampada, Bara, Bara, Maha, Shuddha, Sato, Pema, Vibhokita, Buddha, Tahara, Tahara, Samenta, Amalokite, Om Pe, Soha, Om, Amoga, Shila, Sampada, Sampada, Bara, Bara, Maha, Shuddha, Sato, Pemo, Bibukita, Buza, Para, Tara, Samenta, Amalukiti, Mompe, Soha. With conduct of faultless discipline, discipline that's completely pure, discipline free of arrogance, may I perfectly have transcendent discipline. Following all the victors, may I train and bring excellent conduct to perfection. May I act with pure, stainless discipline that never lapses and is free of faults. May the body have the auspiciousness of the three robes, speech the auspiciousness of the three baskets, mind the auspiciousness of the three trainings, and may all have the auspiciousness of the three jewels. 3 daily observances in Sanskrit, page 7 of the new text. Second edition, page 17. Three daily observances in Sanskrit, page 7. I go for refuge to the Buddha. I go for refuge to the Dharma. I go for refuge to the Sangha. Second repetition. I go for refuge to the Buddha. I go for refuge to the Dharma. Go for refuge to the Sangha. Third repetition. I go for refuge to the Buddha. I go for refuge to the Dharma. I go for refuge to the Sangha. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. Please bow. Second repetition. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, the glorious victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. Third repetition. To the teacher, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Buddha Bhagavan, glorious victor Shakyamuni. I prostrate, I make offerings, and I go for refuge. Top of page 8. I prostrate to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. In this way, the Buddha Bhagavan is the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, the one with awareness and conduct, the Sugata, the one who knows the world, the unsurpassable, the charioteer who tames beings, the teacher of gods and humans, the Bhagavan, Buddha. The Tathagata's compatible cause is merit. He does not waste the roots of virtue. He is fully adorned with the aspects of patience. He is the basis of treasuries of merit. He is adorned by the excellent signs. The flowers of his marks are in bloom. His behavior is always appropriate. The sight of him is never disagreeable. He delights those enthusiastic with faith. His wisdom is beyond intimidation. His powers are beyond oppression. He is the teacher of all beings. He is the father of bodhisattvas. He is the king of Aryas. He leads beings to the city of liberation. His pristine wisdom is immeasurable. His confidence is inconceivable. His speech is utterly pure. It is melodic. One is never satiated by the sight of him. His body is peerless. He is unstained by desire. He is utterly unstained by form. He is unmixed with the formless states. He is completely liberated from the skandhas. He is without the dhatus. His ayatanas are restrained. He is fully cut through the knots. He is utterly liberated from all affliction. He is liberated from craving. He has crossed the floods. His pristine wisdom is complete. He abides in the pristine wisdom of the Bhagavan Buddhas of the past, future, and present. He does not abide in nirvana. He abides in the ultimate perfection. He remains in the state of seeing all beings. These are the superior qualities of the Tathagatas. The genuine Dharma is virtuous in the beginning, virtuous in the middle, and virtuous in the end. Its meaning is excellent. Its words are excellent. It is unmixed. It is utterly complete. It is utterly pure. It is utterly purifying. The Bhagavan taught the Dharma well. It is seeing perfectly. It is without sickness. It is timely. It guides fully. Seeing it is meaningful. It is known by the wise through individual direct awareness. The Dharma Vinaya spoken by the Bhagavan was well explained. It is emancipation. It brings one to perfect awakening. It is without contradiction and has unity. It is reliable. It brings an end to movement. The Sangha of the Mahayana is engaged in Buddha, in goodness. It is engaged in lucidity. It is engaged in truth. It is engaged in harmony. It is worthy of joined palms. It is worthy of prostration. It is a glorious field of merit. It is the great purification of alms. It is a fit object of generosity. It is always a great object of generosity. Top of page 16. Do not do anything that's wrong. Conduct yourself with utmost virtue. Completely tame your own mind. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. Like stars, or seeing spots, or candles, or like illusions, dewdrops and bubbles, like dreams or lightning or else clouds. View all composites in this way. By this merit may we attain omniscience, defeat the enemy wrongdoing, and free all wanderers from the ocean of existence, churned by the great waves of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Now proceed to page 31 in the new edition, or in the old edition, page 24, for refuge in bodhicitta. Again, page 31 in the new edition of the book, in the old edition, page 24. Again, page 31 in the new edition of the book, and page 24 in the old book. Refuge in bodhicitta. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience, must have happiness, be free from suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. Again, all my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience, must have happiness, be free from suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. All my mothers, all beings throughout space, especially the enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and all those who obstruct my liberation and omniscience, must have happiness, be free from suffering, and quickly attain precious, unsurpassable, complete, and perfect awakening. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. For that purpose, until Buddhahood, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. Until death, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will employ my body, speech, and mind in virtue. All beings throughout the reaches of space, take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddhas, supreme among human beings. We take refuge in the genuine Dharma, supreme among all freedoms from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sangha, supreme among assemblies. Repeat. All beings throughout the reaches of space take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddhas, supreme among human beings. We take refuge in the genuine Dharma, supreme among all freedom from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sangha, supreme among assemblies. All beings throughout the reaches of space take refuge in the Bhagavan Buddhas, supreme among humans. We take refuge in the genuine Dharma, supreme among all freedoms from attachment. We take refuge in the Arya Sangha, supreme among all assemblies. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and the Sangha Bodhisattvas too. Just as the Sukhatas of the past aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed step by step the training of the bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to the benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and the Sangha Bodhisattvas too. Just as the Sukhatas of the past aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed step by step the training of the bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training. Until I reach enlightenment's essence, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. I go for refuge to the Dharma and the Sangha Bodhisattvas. Just as the Sukhatas of old aroused the mind of bodhicitta, just as they followed step by step the training of the bodhisattvas, so too shall I, to benefit wanderers, arouse the mind of bodhicitta. So too shall I follow step by step the bodhisattva's training. Top of page 33, the branch of blessing the ground. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and their blessing, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of Buddha realms. Second repetition. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and their blessing, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, through the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of Buddha realms. Third repetition. Through the power of the truth of the three jewels and their blessing, through the power of the completion of the two accumulations, through the power of the natural qualities of the Dharma Dhatu, the power of the purification of Buddha realms, such as the preparation of pure realms by bodhisattvas, and through the power of our imagination, may this place have all the adornments, features, and excellent qualities of the Buddha realms. The branch of blessing the palace. In its center is a great palace, blazing greatly with the 7 jewels. Their great light rays completely, utterly fill innumerable world realms. The palace has countless distinct features and is of immeasurable vastness. It is a place that perfectly transcends the three realms. It is utterly transcends the world. It has arisen from supermundane roots of virtue. It is utterly pure and has the character of masterful awareness. It is the abode of the Tathagatas. It has the Sangha of uncountable bodhisattvas, innumerable gods, nagas, yakshas, gandharvas, demigods, garudas, kinnadas, great serpents, humans, and non-human beings move about within it. It is approached through the great joy and bliss of the taste of Dharma. It is a place where all benefit for all beings is perfectly accomplished. It is free from any harm by any stains of the afflictions. All madas have been vanquished. It has the array of the Tathagatas, features superior to all others. It is emancipation through great recollection, intelligence and realization. It is the mount on which great Shinian Loktong ride. It is entered by the gates of liberation, emptiness, absence of attributes, and absence of wishes. This great palace's foundation is a great king of jeweled lotuses adorned by boundless qualities. In its center are thrones composed of various jewels of gods, nagas, humans, and others. Atop the thrones are mats made of priceless divine and human fabrics. On those have been placed various resplendent, pure, stainless lotus seats. Continuing in the middle of page 35, the branch of blessing the offerings. Above those thrones fall such things as rains of parasols, canopies, banners, and bunting made of various jewels and colorful divine and human fabrics, as well as mandarava flowers of the gods. As well, canopies, parasols, banners, and bunting are beautifully draped. The palace's walls are also beautified by nets and strings of jewels, silks, flowers, and by banners, bunting, and so forth. On the ground are scattered flowers of gods and humans. Bountiful oceans of clouds of excellent, diverse, inconceivable, inexhaustible offerings, like those described in the Sutra of Three Sections and the aspiration for excellent conduct, including offering water, flowers, incense, lamps, scented water, food, music, utterly fill the reaches of space. The branch of invitation, middle of page 36. Arhate Samyak Sambuddhaya Deyata Om Gate Gate Hara Gate Hara Nisoham. that was offering the tea and the bread, and we'll have a short break at this time.
It's good for it's good.
Uh-oh.
Good for Tây ơi, Tây ăn cái gừng cho nó tốt. Cho mọi người nhé.
What's your name?
Tây Tây. Cho anh đi ra Hàn Quốc nữa, thử đi.
Okay. There's still parts we're using. Ginger, so good. Oh, thank
Yes,
you.
very good.
Where did you get?
From Vietnam.
Bring everything from Vietnam.
Ginger. Good for food. Must have. Every house.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, we make.
Oh, so good.
How do you make this?
So good.
That must have. Every house. After finish, I learn to do work in temple New Year's. Supply sale calendar.
The puja will resume on toward the bottom of page 36. The branch of invitation. Middle of page 36. Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha Shakyamuni, all Buddhas of the 10 directions, and all Sanghas of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. I invite you, in order to purify the stains of wrongdoing and downfalls of myself and all beings, and in order to increase our accumulation of merit, I implore your great compassion. Now is the time. I pray that you consider me. O Siddhartha, I pray that you come here. Deva of Devas,
Go.
leader,
Not there, are there? Is it
bringer of joy,
Okay, thank you.
bringer of joy, happiness and supreme joy. the renowned, unsurpassable hero, you with all seeing, equal of the unequaled, you who have peerless qualities and splendor, you who have a perfect body adorned by the excellent signs and marks, I pray that you come here. Continuing toward the bottom of page 37. For each and every being a protector. You vanquish the ferocious hordes of Mara and know all things just as they are. Bhagavan, I pray that you come here with your entourage. Bhagavan, who for many countless eons trained in compassion out of love for beings, now is the time to fulfill your vast aspirations by benefiting beings as you wish. Pray that out of the spontaneous palace of the Dharmadhatu, you and your pure entourage will come, displaying miracles and blessings to liberate infinite sentient beings. Foremost master of all things, with a complexion like the purest gold, more radiant than even the sun, I invite you with fervor. Peaceful and greatly compassionate, subdued, abiding in meditation, unattached to dharmas, with unobstructed, pristine wisdom, with utterly invincible power, come here, peaceful and pure. Shakyamuni, great omniscient being, your form embodies great goodness. I pray that you come to this place. Continuing on in the middle of page 39. Out of kindness towards me and all beings, through your miraculous power, I pray, Bhagavan, that you remain whenever I present offerings. The Bhagavan is welcome here. We have merit and good fortune. We ask that you remain right here in order to accept our offerings. Continuing on the top of page 40 or page 33 in the previous edition, the branch of ablution, the true soul. Top of page 40 or page 33. Within this sweetly fragrant house for bathing, prepared with floors of crystal, bright and lustrous, attractive pillars all aglow with jewels, and hanging canopies of sparkling pearls. Just as all the gods offered ablution to the Buddha when he was born, in the same way I offer ablution with the pure water of the gods. Although the bodies, speech, and minds of the Buddhas have no afflictions, to purify the obscurations of body, speech, and mind of beings, I offer this ablution to the body, speech, and minds of the Buddhas. May the obscurations of body, speech, and mind of all beings be purified. From precious vases that have been well filled with the water imbued with many fragrances, I bathe the Sugatas and Bodhisattvas, accompanied by songs, cymbals, and music. Continuing on page 41. With clean and finely scented cloths, beyond compare, I dry their bodies. I offer the finest robes, well dyed, with a lovely scent. I adorn the noble Samantabhadra, Manjushri, Lokeshvara, and others with fabrics delicate and soft, and hundreds of the best adornments. Like polishing refined pure gold, I adorn it with the best fragrances whose scents wafts of the billion worlds, the radiant bodies of all the Buddhas. Continuing on page 62, or page 55 of the old edition, praises from the ornament of the sutras. Page 62 or page 55 of the old edition. I prostrate to you who have affection for beings, who intend that they encounter happiness and avoid suffering, who intend that they never be without joy, who intend the benefit and happiness of all. You, Shakyamuni, are definitely liberated from all obscurations. You overwhelm all worlds. Your wisdom pervades all objects of knowledge. I prostrate to you whose mind is liberated. You tame all afflictions of all sentient beings. You destroy afflictions, yet are kind to those with afflictions. I prostrate to you. Spontaneously present, you are without attachment or impediment. Always in meditation, I prostrate to you who answer all questions. I prostrate to you who teach well, whose intellect is always unimpeded, regarding what is to be taught, words and meaning, and the means of teaching, speech and wisdom. Coming among us, you know our conduct. I prostrate to you who clearly teach us, in our own languages, what has been, what will be, and emancipation. Any being who sees you knows you to be a holy being. I prostrate to you, the mere sight of whom causes great awe. I prostrate to you who have mastery over taking birth, remaining and letting go, and over emanation, transformation, samadhi, and pristine wisdom. I prostrate to you who conquer the madas that deceive beings about means, refuge, purity, and the Mahayana emancipation. I prostrate to you who, by demonstrating the benefit of yourself and others through pristine wisdom, relinquishment, emancipation, and overcoming of impediments, are unrivaled by Tirthakas. You are beyond observance and free from forgetfulness. In assemblies, you teach at ease. You have relinquished the two aspects. I prostrate to you who gather assemblies. Omniscient One, whether you are moving or remaining still, you are never other than omniscient. I prostrate to you who have the authentic meaning. In benefiting beings, you are never untimely. Your deeds are always meaningful. I prostrate to you who are never forgetful. You regard every world during the 6 periods of each day and night. You have great compassion. I prostrate to you whose intention is to bring benefit. I prostrate to you who in your conduct, realization, pristine wisdom, and activity are superior to all. Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. You attain the all-encompassing great awakening of the 3 kayas. I prostrate to you who always resolve the doubts of beings. I prostrate to you who have no avarice, no wrongdoing, no defilements, and no indolence. You who never waver. You who are without complexity toward any phenomena. Prostration to the 100 lives, top of page 66. I prostrate to the giver, to the tigress, Shibi, Kosala, the 2 merchants, the rabbit, Agastya, the giver of flesh, Vishvarantara, the offerer, Indra, the Brahmin, Unmandayanti, Suparaga, the fish, the quail, the jug, the rich man's son, the austere one, the merchant, awakening, the king of swans, Mahabodhi, the monkey, Sharaba, the Ruru, the monkey king, Shantavadi, Brahma, the elephant, these 10, Chandra, the renunciate in the iron building, the water buffalo, the woodpecker, the captain, Suvarana, Kunda, the outcast, Shashaprabha, the householder, lamplight, the rabbit, Samjapayati, the 2 boys, Daritri, Kumadata, pleasant life, Padma, Lokananda, Brahmadatta, the seeker of Dharma, Janavati, Jalavahan, Adarshamukha, Goshalawarta, Kumara, the Naga king, the beaver, the rishi, the 2 compassionate ones, Jyoti, Indra, the Brahmin, the dancing girl, Mandata, the Naga king, the lion, the boy Mega, these 10, Bashvara, the Brahmin, the gambler, Peshala, the elephant, Udayana, Danika, Somanandi, Akashena, Mahasattva, Chandrapaba, Shivi, the Brahmin, Sadapada Bhuta, the lion, the captain, Shudana, Shushadeva, Punyabala, Suprabha, the Rishi, Ketumati, Shakya, Shamaka, Shuramala, the camel, Nemi, Utpala, the 2 bodhisattvas. I prostrate to you, the Buddha, the qualities of the 12 deeds, left Tushita, entered the room, were born, mastered crafts, disported, renounced the world, engaged in austerities, approached the Bodhi tree, conquered the forces of Mara, attained awakening, turned the wheels of Dharma, passed into Nirvana. May I, like you, perfect the qualities of these deeds for the benefit of others. Praise of the 12 deeds, top of page 69. Page 69. Page 62 in the old edition. Skilled from compassion, you took birth as a Shakyan. You vanquished modest forces while others could not. Your body resplendent as a mountain of gold. O King of the Shakyas, I prostrate to you. It's you who first roused the mind of enlightenment, then perfected the accumulations of merit and wisdom. So vast are your deeds in this age. I praise you who are the protector of all beings. You benefited the gods, then knowing it was time to tame humans, you came down from heaven as an elephant. You looked at her caste and then entered the womb of Queen Mahamaya. I prostrate to this deed. When 10 months had passed, you, son of the Shakyas, were born in the auspicious grove of Lumbini. Both Brahma and Indra bowed to you with your great marks of the faith. all sorts of jewels, canopies of jewels, jewel arrangements radiant with light, diverse jewels spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. All sorts of lotuses, canopies of lotuses, lotus arrangements radiant with light, diverse lotuses spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. All sorts of ornaments, canopies of ornaments, ornamental arrangements radiant with light, diverse ornaments spread everywhere. I offer to those great beings the Buddhas. Supreme victory banners emitting bright light rays. Those banners, white, yellow, red and blue, and of diverse colors and array. With many of these I decorate the Buddha's realms. Parasols decorated by diverse nets of jewels, well draped with ribbons, banners, and nets of little bells, resounding with the Buddha's speech. I hold these over the Tathagata's heads. From the palms of my hands I present inconceivable offerings. Just as I would offer them to a single Buddha, I offer them in the same way to all Buddhas without exception. Such is the miraculous display of the Buddha's Samadhi. Continuing on page 76, offerings from the way of the Bodhisattvas. To the Buddhas, those thus gone, to sacred Dharma, spotless and supremely rare. To the Buddha's offspring, oceans of good qualities, I make a perfect offering. I offer every fruit and flower, every kind of healing draught, and all the precious gems in the world contains, with all pure waters of refreshment, every mountain wrought with precious jewels, all sweet and lonely forest groves, the trees of paradise adorned with blossom, trees with branches bowed with perfect fruit, perfume fragrance of the divine other realms, all incense wishing trees and trees of gems, all crops that grow without the tiller's care, every sumptuous object worthy to be offered, lakes and mares adorned by lotuses, delightful with sweet-voiced cries of water birds, everything unclaimed and free, extending to the margins of the boundless sky. I hold them all before my mind, and to the mighty sage, the greatest of our kind, and to his heirs, I make a perfect offering. Sublime recipients, compassionate lords, oh, think of me with love, accept these off gifts of mine. For destitute, I am very poor, I have no other wealth, and so protectors, use whose wise intentions are for the other's good, in your great power, receive them for my sake. Enlightened ones and all your bodhisattva heirs, I offer you my body throughout all my lives. Supreme courageous ones, accept me totally, for with devotion I will be your slave. For if you will accept me, I will be undaunted by samsara and will act for being's sake. I place before the mighty sages perfect objects of my worship. Glorious flowers like lotus and mandalava, the utpada and fragrant blossoms, worked and twined in lovely scented garlands. I will offer swelling clouds of incense whose ambient perfumes ravishes the mind, various foods, every kind of drink, and all delicacies worthy of the gods. I will offer precious lamps arranged in rows of lotuses of gold, a carpet of sweet flowers scattering upon the level incense-sprinkled ground. To those whose very nature is compassion, I will give vast palaces resounding with fair praise, all decked with precious jewels and beauteous pendant gems, gleaming jewels that deck the amplitude of space. Fair and precious parasols adorned with golden shafts and bordered round with hems of precious jewels, upright, well-proportioned and pleasing to the eye. Again, all this I give to all the Buddhas. May a host of other offerings and clouds of ravishing sweet melody that solaces the pain of living beings arise and constantly abide. May rains of flowers and every precious gem fall down in an unceasing rain upon the jewels of the sacred Dharma, images and all supports for offering, just as Manjushri and the like made offerings to all the conquerors. I do likewise to all Buddhas and our protectors, and to all their bodhisattva children. Do you want to... We'll continue with Brahma's Crown, a praise of Maitreya on page 234. Page 234 or 228 in the old edition.
Namashri Guru Manju Gosha. Although you are always moistened by loving affection, you burn the branches of evil. Although you have severed the bonds that are hardest to sever, you remain tightly bound by compassion. Although you always have the equanimity of peace, you cherish others before yourself. Having respectfully bowed to Manju Gosha's feet, I will now praise Maitreya Natha. You are greatly praised by our forefather with 4 faces, and always gazed upon with awe by the one with 1,000 eyes. Rati's lord surrenders his arrogance and bows to you. I respectfully prostrate to your feet, regent of the Buddha. Maitreya Natha, by your feet in every birth. As you have conquered Mara, you encourage. Your entourage is free from all fear. Peerless brave one, you are the best teacher of the 3 worlds. You always look after beings fallen into terror. I prostrate to your feet, our guide. Your wisdom penetrates unimpeded all objects of knowledge. The strength of your wisdom crushes vicious Maras like a meteor falling on a young flower. You are magnificent with the splendor of the 10 strengths. You crush the brain of the mad elephant of aggression. Through the great sound of your eloquent teaching and assembly, you exterminate the foxes of evil speech. You, lion of humanity, have 4-fold fearlessness. The forefather of the world exalted with arrogance, Kamadeva, sages, Brahmins, and others are unable to utter the wheel of Dharma that you, Maitreya Natha, turn for beings. your body and speech are without even the word delusion. With unimpaired recollection, you are always in meditation. Because you are devoid of both fixation on distinctions and unexamined neutrality, your conduct is utterly pure. Your realization is unsurpassable. You know the 3 times without any limitation or impediment. The activity of your body, speech, and mind is completely pure. Until the end of samsara, you will benefit beings. You took on this burden with joy. The mass of your vast qualities is complete. You have destroyed even the smallest avenue for the entrance of faults. I, the object of your kindness, shall address you in lamentation. Consider me for a moment. The support with complete leisure and resources is the boat of liberation from the vast ocean of suffering. Yet it is rotted by carelessness, laziness, sleep, foolish talk, and the desire for gain and respect. Through my employing it in meaningless endeavors, this good body, which could accomplish great things, has been wasted. I have a human appearance, but the attitudes of an animal. I pray that you regard me with compassion. Although I have acquired leisure and resources hard to find and of great meaning, the messengers of powerful death cannot be escaped or repelled by strength. I see that I have been caught by sickness and aging, but I forget that the time of my death is unknown, that when I die I will depart, leaving everything behind. I let years, months, and days pass meaninglessly. The time has come for you to be kind to me in my stupidity. What need is there to mention the achievement of liberation? I lack the assurance that I shall acquire even the higher birth. Praised by Shakyamuni as the past support. Are you going to remain indifferent to me? Although I have acquired a body with the attributes of higher realms, if I do not find the unmistaken good path through the wisdom that correctly describes of the Buddha's words, I will once again fall into the ocean of samsara. I have long been obscured by the great darkness of ignorance, and am utterly bewildered as to what to accept and reject. Therefore, I pray that you bestow on me the torch of wisdom, so that I may properly distinguish them. The blazing iron ground burns with tongues of flame. A rain of weapons fall on their bodies. Yama's henchmen impale them on stakes, pour molten copper into their mouths, and pierce their tongues with spikes. Trapped in ice, surrounded by mountains of snow, and struck by fierce blizzards, some break out in hundreds of blisters. For some they burst, and their bodies crack in many pieces. Their faces are covered by hair, their mouths are dry. They see rivers and rush towards them in order to drink. They are stopped by people holding swords and spears. They see water as pus and blood. Their mouths are as small as the eye of a needle. Their throats are blocked by goiters. Even if they acquire food and drink, they cannot. Whatever they eat or drink blazes, burning them. They live on excrement and urine. They cut off their own flesh and eat it. Through the thick darkness of their bewilderment, they lack the intelligence to distinguish between the path and what is not the path. They kill one another. They come under the power of gods and humans, and the suffering of being beaten and enslaved falls upon them. Their jealousy of the gods' splendor blazes like a great fire, destroying any chance of happiness. Their bodies are dismembered in warfare. Polluted by deceptiveness, they have no chance to see the truth. Even hearing such things, let alone seeing them, generates terror in the heart. Falling into the great abysses of hell, hungry ghosts, animals, and demigods is the result of action by the sublime. I am desperate because all the unbearable wrongdoing that I have accumulated throughout beginningless time, and all that I shall. I am headed towards those abysses. The time has come for you to liberate me from the danger of lower births. Even in the human realm, those highly placed through wealth and power fear their loss. Those who lack the qualities of affluence of higher realms exhaust themselves in the search for the pleasures they desire. Far greater than the pleasure gained by those who, desiring pleasure, attempt to gain it, are the many types of physical suffering and mental misery by which they are tormented. Those gods who revel amid the splendor of the higher realms have beautiful bodies well adorned by precious jewelry. They live in mansions and delightful groves. They enjoy for a long time the pleasures of desire. Yet when they are caught by the unpleasant signs of death, they think, I too shall soon and unwillingly be parted from these captivating, beautiful devis, so dear to me, these delightful groves, this food of Amrita, these fine clothes. this beautiful jewelry and these youthful gods. When they see that, they suffer mentally with an intensity far greater than that of the physical pleasure of being born in that place. They are burnt by the tongues of flame of their misery. They have used up the results of all the good they did. Through great effort in many lives, as through carelessness, they have created the causes of lower births. They will again fall into the lower realms. They are without thoughts of desire for pleasure. They bear no malice. They have abandoned sleep and affliction of mind. They are without suffering of body or mind. Through these strengths of their samadhi, they dwell long in bliss. Even if one achieves the abodes of the form and the formless gods, since one is not liberated from the fetters of formation and suffering, once the momentum of one's past samadhi is exhausted, one will fall down again and circle continuously. And that way, even the foremost in samsara, gods and humans, are swept along to the ocean of becoming by the rivers of suffering, such as birth, aging, sickness, and death. It is inappropriate to be attached to the pleasures we crave. Nevertheless, because of the eye, my intellect is obscured by craving. I misapprehend suffering as pleasure. I am obscured by incorrect thoughts. I pray that you liberate me from the great river of becoming. Drowning in the swamp of desire, I have strayed from the path of liberation. Enveloped in thick ignorance, I lack the eye of wisdom. Caught in the cage of complexity, I am shackled in the prison of samsara. I, tormented by kara, am a fit object for your compassion. In order to block the terrifying precipice of samsara, one must hear much of the stainless teaching. Relying on that, through the strength of pure reason that examines correctly, one must correctly distinguish between the indicative and the definitive, within the infinite dharma without depending on others. It is definitely necessary to achieve learning. However, what needs the subtle intentions of the Buddha. The eye of my intellect has not become clear even about the coarsest points concerning what is appropriate and inappropriate. If this enemy, utter bewilderment, long obscures my heart, I will have no chance of liberation. Considering this, dispel my heart's darkness. Once learning, ocean of learning, you heard much about all areas of knowledge in the presence of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The habit of your training throughout many lives was awakened. You are the only eye showing beings a good path. The sublime beings of the past have abandoned me. I am therefore desperate, without a protector. I am like a traveler who has lost his way. It is long time, loving one, for you to take care of me. Refuge on whom I rely repeatedly with respect, Maitreya, you who liberate beings through Maitri. Come quickly and be my spiritual friend and the supreme vehicle in my every birth. You ceaselessly regard all beings with constant kindness. My mind, awed by the recollection of your qualities, enters your presence every day. However, because of the distance, and because I enjoy the taste of solitude, although I wish it, my body is unable to reach your abode. Therefore, sublime field of merit, in order to please you, and with pure benevolence, I offer you the finest divine fabric. And the things that Shakyamuni commended to bhikshus, these are the robes of the Dharma, ringing staff, the alms bowl. I also present well-arrayed, captivating offerings emanated through samadhi and aspiration, filling all space with them. I offer them to the leader of all human beings, with a mind free from craving and attachment. Through the pure virtue arising from that, may I become the refuge of all beings who have wandered through samsara for so long, who are tormented by millions of sufferings and lack happiness, until I reach the sublime state of the guide of the world. In every birth may I acquire the support of full renunciation, a life of utterly pure brahmacharya. May my disposition for the supreme vehicle be awakened. May I be patient, honest, free from deception, and acquire fierce courage, free from timidity. The diligences of devoted and the constant effort, faith, discernment, and excellent wisdom. May I encounter a spiritual friend who has achieved perfect awakening, who has correctly apprehended Buddha's wisdom through the pure reasoning and is skilled kindly in the teaching it to others. May I train for a long time in acquiring an ocean of learning. Having severed all doubts through properly practicing the meaning of what I have heard, may I please the Sugatas. Not transgressing the limits placed by Shakyamuni, May they be respectful of the Buddha's scion, the spiritual friend. May their faculties be most acute. May they be free from the fault of disloyalty. May I have an utterly pure retinue. Because their minds are disturbed by malevolent beings, they obstruct the feast of communal Dharma practice. May I not encounter, even for an instant, malevolent companions who are Mara's friends. When respectfully emulating Shakyamuni, the completion of vast deeds is obstructed by the disastrous actions of Mara. May there not even be the word obstacle. Conditions favorable to the pursuit of awakening delight the sublime and were extolled by our guide as the ornaments of renunciates. May they be accomplished without hindrance. When I engage in the conduct of awakening, may I establish all disciples in full renunciation, bound by pure training. May I bestow upon them all appropriate necessities upon merely thinking of doing so. From now on in all my lives, may whatever I do with body, speech, or mind become a cause of benefit under all circumstances to all innumerable beings. Like a mother whose child has died, all beings are tormented by all sorts of sufferings. May I always hold them affectionately in mind and give them all they desire. When the stains of the stage of devoted endeavor have been purified, may I become like Mount Meru in the center of the golden ground, prominent among all bodhisattvas of the past, present, future. In eyes, clairvoyance, learning, and so forth, may I be supreme. May I transcend all childish faults and attain the confidence of independence from others. When I am training on the levels of an Arya Bodhisattva, among all the brave ones abiding on the levels, who have appeared, appear, or will appear in the 3 times, may I be like the king of birds amid a flying flock. May I have unimpeded stainless knowledge of all the extremely vast areas of knowledge that are difficult for other bodhisattvas to fathom. May I become a treasury of vast deeds. When the result of that conduct is accomplished, may I achieve the sum of all the kayas, realms, retinues, deeds, lifespans, and aspirations of all Buddhas of all 3 times. Having perfected all of this through skillful conduct, may I send down a great rain of the Amrita of the Dharma upon all beings whom I have kept in mind for so long a time, and liberate them all in one instant. Turning to page 81 in the new book, page 74 in the old edition, 81 in the new edition, 74 in the old, the sutra in 3 sections. I state your name, Karmachalitai. Take refuge in the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. I prostrate to the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha Shakyamuni. I prostrate to the conquerors with Vajragarbha. I prostrate to precious radiant light. I prostrate to King of Naga rulers. I prostrate to Virasena. I prostrate to glorious joy. I prostrate to precious fire. I prostrate to precious moonlight. I prostrate to meaningful to see. I prostrate to precious moon. I prostrate to Vimala. I prostrate to Viradatta. I prostrate to Brahma. I prostrate to Brahmadatta. I prostrate to Water Deva. I prostrate to Deva of Water Devas. I prostrate to glorious goodness. I prostrate to glorious sandalwood. I prostrate to boundless splendor. I prostrate to glorious light. I prostrate to glorious Ashoka. I prostrate to Narayana. I prostrate to glorious flower. I prostrate to the Tathagata manifest wisdom display of Brahma's light rays. I prostrate to the Tathagata, manifest wisdom display of lotus light rays. I prostrate to glorious wealth. I prostrate to glorious recollection, renowned powers. I glorious total overcomer. I prostrate to utterly victorious over warfare. I prostrate to goes by overcoming. I prostrate to glorious array of ubiquitous light. I prostrate to precious lotus who overcomes. I prostrate to the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddha, king among lords of mountains, who abides on a precious lotus. You and all the Tathagata, Arhat, completely perfect Buddhas, who abide in the worm realms of the 10 directions, as many as you may be, all you Bhagavan Buddhas, I pray that you consider me. I admit all the wrongdoing I have committed in this birth, in other births, and throughout my beginningless births while circling in samsara. Committed by me, as well as the encouragement of wrongdoing and rejoicing in wrongdoing, including theft of the wealth of stupas, theft of the wealth of sanghas, or the wealth of the sanghas in the 4 directions, the encouragement of such theft and the rejoicing in such theft, as well as the commission of the 5 worst actions, the encouragement of such actions, and rejoicing in such actions, as well as entrance into the full acceptance of the path of the 10 unvirtuous actions, the encouragement of such entrance, and the rejoicing in such entrance. Also, whatever actions will, through their obscuration, cause migration to hell, migration to birth as an animal, migration to the realms of the hungry ghost, birth in a borderland, birth as a barbarian, birth among long-lived gods with incomplete faculties, the holding of wrong views, or birth in a place which no Buddha will come. In the presence of the Bhagavan Buddhas who have pristine eyes, wisdom, who are witness, who are impeccable, who are wise, who see, I admit all obscuring actions. I reveal them, I confess them, I do not conceal them. I vow to abstain from them henceforth. All you Bhagavan Buddhas, I pray you consider me. Rejoice in all the roots of virtue I have ever generated, including those generated in this birth, those generated in other births, and those generated throughout my beginningless births while circling in samsara, including all acts of generosity, even the gift of 1 mouthful of food to a being born as an animal. All roots of virtue coming from my observance of morality. All roots of virtue coming from my abiding in brahmacharya. All roots of virtue coming from my ripening of beings, all roots of virtue coming from my bodhicitta, and all roots of virtue coming from unsurpassable, pristine wisdom. I collect all those roots of virtue, and combining them into one, I utterly dedicate them to what is unexcelled, unsurpassable, and supreme. I utterly dedicate them to unsurpassable, perfect, complete awakening. I utterly dedicate them, just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the past utterly dedicated roots of virtue. Just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the future will utterly dedicate them, and just as all Bhagavan Buddhas of the present are utterly dedicating them. I confess all wrongdoing. I rejoice in all merit. I pray to all Buddhas. May I achieve unsurpassable, supreme, pristine wisdom. With joined palms, I wholly take refuge in all the Buddhas, the best of humanity, who abide in the present, who abided in the past and who are yet to come. All those who acclaim qualities are like boundless oceans. Continuing on page 87. All Buddhas, holiest of all humans, whose minds have kindness and compassion, who abide in the worlds of the 10 directions, I pray that you consider me. Having entered your presence, you who have the 10 strengths, I confess all the unbearable wrongdoing I have done up to now. Whatever wrongdoing I have done, through not trusting my parents, through not trusting Buddhas, and through not trusting virtuous actions, Whatever wrongdoing I have done through the arrogance of the vanity of wealth, the vanity of noble family and property, or the arrogance of the vanity of youth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done, whatever I have done that is wrong, or thought that was wrong, or said, though not seeing it was wrong. The actions of a childish mind, of a mind darkened by ignorance, a mind influenced by unvirtuous companions, a mind agitated by kleshas. Whatever wrongdoing I have done out of a delight in play, out of misery, out of sickness, or out of discontent with my wealth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done through the influence of ignoble beings, through jealousy, greed, pretense, concealment, or poverty. Whatever wrongdoing I have done at times of desperation and ruin, when my desires were impeded, or because I lacked wealth. Whatever wrongdoing I have done under the power of an unstable mind, under the power of desire or anger, or when threatened by hunger and thirst. Whatever wrongdoing I have done for the sake of food and drink, for the sake of sex, possessions, or clothing, through the anguish of various kleshas. Whatever wrongdoing of the three types, misdeeds of body, speech, or mind, I have done and accumulated. I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown Buddhas, the Dharma, or Shravakas, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown Pratyekya Buddhas, or Bodhisattvas, I confess all of this. Whatever disrespect I have shown teachers of genuine Dharma, or Dharma itself, I confess all of this. The rejection of genuine Dharma and the disrespect of my parents through my continual ignorance, I confess all of this. My obscuration by foolishness, childishness, desire, anger, bewilderment, pride, and arrogance, I confess all of this. Turning to page 92, I will present offerings to those with the 10 strengths in all the worlds of the 10 directions. I will rescue all the beings in the 10 directions from all their suffering. I will establish all innumerable beings on the 10 levels. Having abided on the 10 levels, may they become Tathagatas. Until I have the ability to free all of them from the ocean of suffering, I will engage in action for the sake of each one of them for 1,000,000 kalpas. I will teach this Light of Gold Sutra, which purifies all karma and presents the profound to all these beings. Someone who has for 1,000 kalpas done unthinkable wrong will purify all of it through one full confession. As I have done this confession through the virtue of this sutra that quickly and perfectly exhausts karmic obscurations, I will abide on the 10 levels, the 10 supreme sources of the precious. I will manifest the Buddha's qualities. I will liberate beings from the ocean of samsara. The qualities of the oceans of the Buddhas are deep and vast. In omniscience, I will perfect all those inconceivable qualities. Through hundreds of thousands of samadhis, inconceivable dharani, the powers, the strengths, and the branches of awakening, I will accomplish the sublime 10 strengths. I pray that understanding me, Buddhas, you regard me. I pray that with compassion you accept my faults. My mind is miserable, desperate, and oppressed by fear at the thought of all the wrongdoing I have done up to now, throughout 100 kalpas. I am terrified by wrongdoing. My mind is always depressed. I am not pleased by what I have done. All Buddhas are compassionate. You remove dangers for beings. I pray that you accept my faults, free me from fear. Tathagatas, dispel the stains of my karma and kleshas. Buddhas, I pray that you wash me with the water of your compassion. I confess all wrongdoing, whatever I have done in the past, and my wrongdoing of the present. I confess all of it. I vow not to repeat henceforth all the faulty actions I have done. Whatever I have done that is wrong, I will not conceal it. the 3 actions of body, the 4 of speech, and the 3 of mind. I confess all of them. Done with my body, said with my speech, or thought in my mind. The 10 actions. I confess them all. Having abandoned the 10 unvirtuous actions, I will rely upon the 10 virtuous actions. I will abide on the 10 levels. I will accomplish the 10 strengths. Having entered the presence of the Buddhas, I confess all of the unvirtuous actions, the causes of undesired results that I have done. And I rejoice in all that is the merit of all the victors and the Buddha's children, Pratyekya Buddhas, learners and non-learners, of all the wanderers of the 10 directions. I rejoice in all the virtuous actions done by anyone in this Jambudvipa or in other world realms. I request all those guardians who have wakened to Buddhahood and found detachment, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, to turn the wheel that cannot be surpassed. With my palms joined, I supplicate all those who wish to demonstrate nirvana to stay for as many eons as there are atoms in the realms, to aid and bring well-being to all wanderers. Page 98. When engaging in bodhisattva conduct, whatever forms I see, whether pleasant or unpleasant, and whatever sounds, smells, tastes, tactile sensations, and dharmas I encounter, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or flawless, when I experience radiant, great joy, whenever I give rise to joy, or accomplish joy, or give rise to faith, or experience delight, or abide in supreme delight, or feel pleased, or dispel unhappiness, whenever virtue arises in my mind, or my mind becomes workable, or my thinking becomes flexible, or I experience the joy of utterly satisfied faculties, may I entirely dedicate it to all Buddhas in this way. Through this total dedication, may those Bhagavan Buddhas who have the inconceivable joy of Buddhahood far superior to this, may they be well established in the peerless joy of the Samadhis of Buddhas. May they be stable in the vast, boundless joy of Buddhas. May they have the immeasurable joy of the liberation of Buddhas. May they be well established in the boundless joy of the Buddha's miracles. May they be utterly well established in the inconceivable, dispassionate joy of Buddhahood. May they unceasingly have the supreme joy of the Buddhas that is difficult to achieve. May they be utterly joyous with the immeasurable joy of the powers of Buddhas. May they be joyous with the unchanging, unborn joy of the pacification of all sensations. May they be joyous beyond disturbance through the utter absence of dualism in their constant meditation, while abiding in the dispassionate joy of the Tathagatas. After this Bodhisattva has entirely dedicated these roots of virtue to the Tathagatas, I will entirely dedicate them to all Bodhisattvas. I entirely dedicate them so that the wishes of those whose wishes are unfulfilled may be fulfilled, so that the intention of those whose benevolence of intention is insufficiently pure for the accomplishment of omniscience may become entirely pure, so that those who have not perfected the transcendences perfect them. So that the armor of their Vajra-like bodhicitta be irreversible until omniscience. So that their great aspirations for the roots of virtue, gates of awakening, equally directed at all beings, be utterly fulfilled. so that they realize all the states of bodhisattvas, so that they gain all the sharp clairvoyances and faculties of bodhisattvas, and so that all the roots of virtue of bodhisattvas lead to omniscience. After those roots of virtue have been entirely dedicated to bodhisattvas in that way, I will entirely dedicate them to all those who practice the Buddha Dharma, to all Shravakas and to all Pratyeka Buddhas in this way. I entirely dedicate the roots of virtue of all beings who have so much as heard the word of the Buddha, or heard the word Dharma for the duration of a finger snap, or have served the Arya Sangha for the length of that time, to unsurpassable, authentic, perfect awakening. I entirely dedicate them so that the recollection of Buddha may be perfect. I entirely dedicate them so that those beings train in the recollection of the Dharma. I entirely dedicate them so that they may be respectful to the Arya Sangha. I entirely dedicate them so that they may always see Buddhas. I entirely dedicate them so that their minds may become pure. I entirely dedicate them so that they may realize the qualities of the Buddhas. I entirely dedicate them so that they may accomplish immeasurable qualities. I entirely dedicate them so that they may purify the virtue of all clairvoyances. I entirely dedicate them so that the ambivalence toward Dharma may be averted. Just as I have entirely dedicated roots of virtue to all those who have entered the Buddha Dharma, to all Shravakas and to all Pratyeka Buddhas, in the same way the Bodhisattva will entirely dedicate all roots of virtue to all beings. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings may be turned away from the path to hell. I entirely dedicate them so that birth as an animal may be ended. I entirely dedicate them so that the world of Yama may be completely avoided. I entirely dedicate them so that all birth as beings in lower states without exception may be utterly ended. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings develop enthusiasm for unsurpassable awakening. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings acquire the benevolence of the Omniscient One. I entirely dedicate them so that they never abandon any of the Buddha Dharmas. I entirely dedicate them so that they accomplish the utter joy of omniscience. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings may become completely pure. I entirely dedicate them so that all beings may realize boundless, pristine wisdom. I entirely dedicate them so that they may focus on the achievement of the states of bodhisattva and omniscience. I entirely dedicate them so that they may desire the benefit and happiness of all beings. I entirely dedicate them so that they may have the wish to utterly protect all beings. I entirely dedicate them so that they may always be diligent in roots of virtue. I entirely dedicate them so that they quash vanity and carelessness. I entirely dedicate them so that they turn their backs on all kleshas. I entirely dedicate them so that they have the intention to emulate all bodhisattvas. I entirely dedicate them so that they not sicken of the path to omniscience. I entirely dedicate them so that they may rely upon the level of pristine wisdom. I entirely dedicate them so that they may delight in the company of the wise. I entirely dedicate them so that, like bees, they may assiduously amass roots of virtue in order to protect beings. I entirely dedicate them so that they may be without craving for any composite. My clothing, food, medicine, possessions, coming and going, physical service, my actions such as sitting down or entering a place, the places in which I live, my calm demeanor, my good behavior of body, speech, and mind, the control of my 6 faculties. Dressing, massaging, and washing my body, eating, chewing, and tasting, bending and straightening my limbs, glancing and looking, falling asleep and remaining awake, and all forms of service that might be done with my body, there is none of this whatsoever that is not dedicated to omniscience. I entirely dedicate the giving of even a morsel or handful of rice to either my domestic animals or other animals to the benefit of those beings and to their liberation. I entirely dedicate it to the freeing of those beings from their animal births, from that ocean of suffering, from those conditions of suffering, from those skandhas of suffering, from those sensations of suffering, from that accumulation of suffering, from that formation of suffering, from that basis of suffering, from that root of suffering, and from those places of suffering. As for those beings, I intend this for all beings, am accomplishing this for all beings, and keep this in mind for all beings. By entirely dedicating all roots of virtue to omniscience, I am sure that those roots of virtue will lead to it. Generating bodhicitta, I will persevere in awakening. I apply all roots of virtue to it. I turn away from the wilderness of samsara. I will accomplish the unobscured joy of Buddhahood. I will extract them from the ocean of samsara. I extend to all beings the love that is endowed with the qualities of the Buddhas. Page 106. May the sound of this great drum of the light of gold pacify the suffering of lower states, the suffering of yamas, and the suffering of poverty in the three realms of the billion worlds. May the sound of this great drum pacify all the deprivation in the world. Just as Shakyamuni is fearless and pacifies fear, may beings be fearless and free of fear. Just as in samsara, the omniscient Shakyamuni has all the qualities of an Arya, may all beings become oceans of qualities, with qualities of samadhi and the branches of awakening. Through the sound of this great drum, may all beings have the melody of Brahma. May they reach the sublime awakening of Buddhas. May they turn the virtuous wheel of Dharma. May they abide for innumerable kalpas. May they teach Dharma for beings' benefit. May they conquer kleshas and dispel suffering. May they pacify desire, anger, and ignorance. May those beings who abide in the lower states with bodies burnt down to the bone hear the sound of this great drum and the words, I prostrate to the Buddha. May all beings remember hundreds, thousands, and millions of their births. May they always recollect Shakyamuni. May they hear his vast teachings. Through the sound of this great drum, may beings always be in the company of Buddhas. May they abandon wrongdoing. May they engage in virtuous acts. May the suffering of all beings in all worlds be pacified. May all beings with incomplete faculties or damaged limbs gain complete faculties today. May those stricken by sickness, the powerless and the weak, all those in the 10 directions who lack refuge, be quickly freed from sickness. May they acquire healthy faculties and vigor. May those threatened with death at the hands of kings, brigands, or enemies, and afflicted by hundreds of types of suffering, all beings desperate with suffering, be freed from the 100 unbearable dangers that threaten them. May all those who are beaten, bound in fetters, placed in desperate situations, agitated by thousands of kleshas, and undergoing unbearable dangers and misery, be liberated from their fetters. May the beaten be freed from being beaten. May the killed regain life. May the desperate become fearless. May all beings afflicted by hunger and thirst acquire food and drink. May the blind see various forms. May the deaf hear pleasant sounds. May the naked acquire clothing. May impoverished beings find treasure. May all beings become happy and have abundant wealth, grain, and various precious things. May no being be tormented by sensations of suffering. May all beings become pleasing to see, with fine forms, beauty, and auspiciousness. May they always have many sources of happiness. May they acquire food, drink, wealth, and merit as soon as they think of them. Clay drums, hand drums, lutes, tamburas, springs, lakes, ponds, pools, golden lotuses, and utpalas with their petals. Food, drink, clothing, wealth, pearls, jewels, jewelry, gold, various gems, and vidura. May they acquire all of these as soon as they think of them. May the sound of suffering be unheard in any world. May no being see any other as disagreeable. May all beings be vibrant and cast their light upon one another. May whatever excellence there is in the human world arise as soon as it is thought of. May all wishes be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May the result of merit be perfectly compute. May incense, garlands, balms, fabrics, powders, and flowers fall from the trees throughout the 3 times. May beings gather and enjoy them. May offerings be presented throughout the 10 directions to all innumerable Tathagatas, Bodhisattvas, Shravakas, and the Immaculate Infallible Dharma. May all beings abandon inferior births. May they transcend the 8 unleisured states. May they attain sublime royal leisure. May they always acquire the company of Buddhas. May they always be born in high families. May they acquire wealth and stores of grain. May they be well adorned for kalpas by fame, renown, form, and color. May all women become powerful persons forever. May they be brave, strong, wise, and lucid. May all beings always engage in conduct for the sake of awakening. May they practice the 6 transcendences. May we see in the 10 directions the Buddhas comfortably seated on thrones of Vidura in front of precious trees. May we also hear them teach the Dharma. Through whatever merit I have accomplished with body, speech, or mind, through those roots of virtue I will reach supreme awakening. I will abide on the 10 levels, the 10 supreme sources of the precious. I will radiate the qualities of Buddhas. I will free beings from the ocean of samsara. The qualities of the oceans of Buddhas are deep and vast. In omniscience, I will perfect all those inconceivable qualities. I will achieve the hundreds of thousands of samadhis, the inconceivable dharanis, the faculties, the powers, the branches, and through them, the 10 sublime strengths. Page 113, the aspiration from the Ratnavali. Page 113. Through the merit of doing that, and all I have done and not done, may all beings have unsurpassable bodhicitta. May all beings have stainless, complete faculties. May they pass beyond all unleisured states. May they have freedom from conduct. May they have good livelihood. May all beings have jewels in their hands and unlimited resources of all types that will remain for as long as samsara lasts. May all women become powerful persons forever. May all beings have awareness and means. May all beings have luster, fine form, and magnificence. May they be pleasing to see, healthy, strong, and long-lived. May they all become skillful, free from all suffering, immersed in the 3 jewels, and have a great wealth of the Buddha Dharma. May they be adorned by love, compassion, joy, impartiality in the face of affliction, generosity, morality, patience, diligence, and wisdom. May they complete the accumulations, manifest the signs and marks, and continuously traverse the 10 inconceivable levels. May I too be adorned by those qualities and by others as well. May I be freed from all faults and have supreme love for all beings. May I fulfill all the hopes and wishes of all beings. May I always dispel the sufferings of all beings. May all the beings in all worlds who are saddened through fear become utterly fearless just by hearing my name. May anyone who sees me, thinks of me, or even hears my name become fully lucid, undisturbed, and sane. May their perfect awakening be certain. In all their lives, may they attain the 5 clairvoyances. May they, at all times, bring benefit and happiness to all beings. May all beings in all worlds who want to engage in wrongdoing be all at once and forever prevented from harming anyone. Like earth, water, fire, and air, like medicine and the trees in the wilderness, may I always be available to all beings for them to use as they wish. May I cherish beings like life itself. May I cherish them more than myself. May their wrongdoing ripen in me. May all my virtue ripen for them. As long as any beings remain unliberated, even if I have attained unsurpassable awakening, may I remain.
Ngày nửa tiếng con. Ờ.
We'll have a half-hour break, 1.5-hour break.
That's the hardest session. I gave you the hardest one. I think you got caught in this crowd. I never got through that without getting lost. Never.
When we were at chunks that came and talked to me, man. So then I knew that I missed like 6, 8, 10 lines, right? So, and I didn't know how far I had
How
gotten.
can he talk to you if you're this? That's the hardest thing. You're like speeding along.
Then I got way ahead. I was like, where are we? So where are we? It's like 8 lines ahead or something.
Yeah, my throat's getting kind of raspy, so it's good we have.
行着呢。 Shendun sarba dema gyadang gyaju gyegu dema gyadang gyaju gyegu
Shendo ngande Jakun Ninji Ranzo Karma Ba, Jakun Chenle Chidi Karma Ba, Jakun Dunsu Wangu Karma Ba, Jarwa Wambo Karma Balande. She Mishi Tesam Pema Karpi Tsekin Tingwing Hunsu de Reda Jinkur Jamsi Chavda Ruju Timba Jamsu Zogun Nova Par Jarwa Wambo Karma Ba Kuji Senting Judin Ba Chembo Orjin Rondron Chenle Kunja Wangu Dojin Chodang. Jabjen Jangong Gundo Rumbochi, Jabje Kwaki Jasa Rumbochi, Choga, Kaju Java Yavse, Namda, Lamso Lonto, Jangabda, Rigro Yundi, Jedani, Janem Panson, Deba Jamsi, Shavsin, Gelik, Jepe Mondato, number Jepe Tonde. Kui Java Bambo, Garla Jene, Lapsa Taming, Hundundreve, Shusurun Diming, Teyan Namdi Jeba, Kunchin Param Chingbe, Timba Rumbochi, Ningbur Juba, Druji, Shinda Chimbo, Je. So reason Majebe Tin de Pangon Zani Shibdi Tebon Konsa Lamin Namde Jango Jarawambo Tamje Chinja Ziba Chembo Choda Jeju Mango Yarse Namle Rambar Juba Salam Jinjone Par Nyamin Ravengombo Kaju Bahi Sa Sumnan Denda Dan Travar Jurbe Juba Rumboje Sirje Chingwan Tao Chitsur Chi Zunsur Nanganya Yetrabengondo Kebe Charging Kajab Gentile So Kangla Yan Dindavin Bet Namdar Zama Yongsataba Duju Kama Kansange Timba Petsujin Chodi Java Kunjen Trinity Tongtang Jubin Zemba Koyes Chingwa Judumba Chimba Tonji Leden Sinin Muna Pare Jav Amba Kama Ba Chabda Ranzong Origin Javi Nyukon Trondur Chinle Doje Tsar Chole Nambar Jave De Shin Sin Ninje Yanga Sasana Traba Kani Kusi Shabi Kajar Nyede Dreba Chisi Tesi De Tinja Tindan Rave Tondo Toji Jeba Laboje Tamje Ngarje Parche Meban Bemi Lunje Trabata Duju Tembe Sazi Chabje Changon Dojen Changkente Tayo Sudo Rambojen Choda Chabjen Changon Kondro Rambojen Choda Chabje Kohi Jasa Rambojen Chogo Wu Kagyu Java Yase Na Kusi Shape Tenjen Zenten Chodi Neko Kondo Jeba Da Laban Rincho Padin Lama Kadi Nyami Chabje Moga Doje Chan Choge Yansi Chodro Rambo Che Yone Nyoda Merin Bogar Ngedon Chungur Lenge Den Sar Sentri Khapsur Kuite Senzang Zentin Jekin Jekomen Namdar Dagar Jeba Dangombo Kang the Yerman Jeba Kang Sansum Gentile Jebo Jabjin King Rumbojin Chokutse Shape Kajar Tadi Yoa Meba Mishik Doje Yungdong and Sembe Chuja Techember Soye Jebal Sorvan Dabata Dujika Makansangi Gendunje Dena Tone Chinzanje Gonen Long Lapa Solan Yamne da Long Deno Solan Cheni Chuju Jodan Colosum Jen Zetinje Tundawada Labare Yizim Bogar Jedinsa Hedo Malada Jeba Tusam Gomsum so Chuju Jawa Kone Kondum Pervadan Zambin Simbin Jidinje Kam Namsu Chaju Tusamba Loso Tada Lebata Taze Sesam Musuk Neyam Manto the Mugin Jujin Jibason Dona Nidu Jagaba Male Mengal Lamar Churbatang Chebar Pu Kanjong Jadinya Tave Tule Yodi Yizi Nyamzon Deji Zodin Server Sarbaran Jepala New the Long Jeba So Lixo Go Tamarme the Tinjo Jingan Chudin the Chabjan Jangon Kondo Rumbo Cher Menda Tinsum Demba the Gender Chanji Gor Jare Che Tegu Tosum Jambalang Shabalana Conso Rendena Tete Yindrebe Tomo Jamju Hujetan Yen yang Hongkor Tergar Chutso Lama Yadi Lalop Tumone Timcho Jingan Chudin the Monlam Chemo Tepsa Agor Nitong Abja Jawan Chola Minda Tinsum Dingbo Dander Burnson Hengor Chiktu Tamba the Jabje Changon Tai Suda Rumboje Tom Dom Burnson Hengor Ngatong Tamba Jabjen Jangon Rumbojen Dun Burnson Gor Ngatong Tamba Jabje Jasa Rumbojen Chogan Dun Burnson Gor Ngatong Tamba King Rumboje Lodri Tongyun Chogan Dun Gor Sumdong Deso Rumbojen Hengor Manja the Gender Chanji Gor Ngabjure Prove Consul Dudun Jedan Cheda Jabje Manjor Rumbojen Cho Kuzi Shabe Tinje Rube Jamsin Zembala Chenanga Parche Manjongwa Soje Che the Tomo Ja Kanche Nanjong Yongwa Hujutang Deyin Tangu Unso Lopso Tomon Minda Tinsum Dingbor Dang Du Sorumbojen Hingo Manja the Shiva Tu Hengor Dun Che Ngatong Tang Chanji Gor Ngabjure Purve Consul Dudun Jedan Jeda Kadi Nyami Jabje Yongzin King Rumbojen Cho Kinchin Tango Rumbojen Cho Kuzi Shabe Yune Yundu Timbe Sondip Tomo Hujo Tang Yin Yang Nendo Janso Rumboche Lalo Tumone Menda Tinsum Dimba Dan Dunso Rumboche Chanji Gor Nishure Teji Nanchi Surmang Tinzi Namene Tselendeba Panzom Da Yanjin Chudun Jeje Chida Monlam Che Montevza Hengor Chikching Atong Abja Dan Duso Rumboche Hengor Manja Da Gendure Chanji Gor Sumjure Da Yin Yang Tedin Jembe Dabo Jarang Lama Timbala Ne Gendure Chanji Gor Ngabjure Da Hakim So Ne Duso Rumboche Chanji Gor Ngabjure Da Tejin Jembe Dabo Kujin La Ne Duso Rumboche Chanji Gor Jare Yin Yang Jembe Dabo Tsewang Dorje Tseren Dongan Jimi Tinje Lozang Jamsi Kezang Dejin Chenle Chunzin Kunzang Yishi Tseren Drama Jinzong Jien Ne Du So Sun Hingor Manja Da Gendur Chanji Gor Ngare Prove Tsele Deba Pa Norwam Mang Awang Pa Wanda So Redo Simjin Selen De Saja Sizo Degdong Mali Changji Dade Dade Rimju Namjin Jarwe Kwamba Rumboje Tube Tumu Shuju Dang Dejin Dege Luto Tsan Ne Dimjo Jingren Chu Den Dan Jarwan Chola Mindra Dinsum Dingbon Dan Reren Bumsung Gor Jigdong da Java Yase Namba Sulam Bumsung Gor Ngabjaren King Rumboje Cholang Bumsung Gor Sumja Dutso Manja da Gendur Chanji Gor Nishure Je Prove Tselen Deba Jamyang Tsering Yudun Doran Goda Tamrin Roma Kalo Punso Trashi Tsewang Awang Doje Karma Lamo Sonreto Tselen De Tsedan Tsedan Demban Chimi Tsering Lamo Wamo Karma Sonam Doje Kunga Dechin Chile Chember Pema Wandu Gonam Yudun Trashi Roma Trashi Lamo Trashi Namjar Name Chedo Tomu Jam Chongware Nanjong Yongwa Shujo da Dejin Nishangwa Se Trashi da Aman Chudin Sering Deji Jen and Duzo Rumbur Chirin Yingor Hingor Sumja Chudong da Jawan Cholam Bunsung Gor Chikta Tungmi Chikja Provadan Dejin Rejong Jungjara Tsang Namin Ne Kagyu Monlam Chemur Hyande Hengor Ngata Tamba Bulang Sheba Lana Tu Tadun Dudun Yila Naje Sorande Mimben Dudun Ningbur Churba Jawan Chokuze Shape Tinjen Labchin Tindu Gungyi Mali Lunja Trabada Labar Ring Bor Matoba Omi Niba Rejong Parkam Densar Rumde Hedo Chungolendo Shabsor Kutabada Jangun Java Yasena Kuze Shabe Tinjen Zetin Jebada Sharjong the Junjar Name Chundreto Namje Chuntunje Chawan Garjen Parche Mebar Sandum Malin Drabasoje Chedo Tomo Jamju Shujudan Yin Yang Tedin Jimbe Dabo Anen Tilewa Moson and Duso Rumburjin Yingor Chanji Gor Jada Ngabjure Yinjun Son Gendure Chanji Gor Jure Tangyin Son Gendure Chanji Gor Sumjure Shoyun Gendure Chanji Gor Jure Sebin Da Jie Zhao Son Gendure Chanji Gor Sumjure Dejin Tsende Gol Hedo Gol Tember Gol Temba Gol Aye Gol Suje Gunzang Drama Sedronga so yoru tselo padrung panzo gele norjin so simji tselen de tsedan tseda deba orjin name golo tsan name yoru tsan name jeje chedon de so ramborje nyingor manje de hengor chikch ngadong Monlam chemur teza hengor ngadong tamba provada 대진 칭링링 진의 de so ramborje chanji gor ngabjore je prove kongu jembe dabo de namje Dusum Jebe, Lulong Geza the Jeba, Tanje, Gunduzamban, Chebe, Tin Chamber, Trode, Goba, Chimbu, Balankebalana, Toksewa Chamber, Jebari, Yene, Miba Mebe, Tuji, Jison, Japame, Zuze, Reto, Tujena, Jazo Doji, Ragole, Nayan Dora Me, Parchine, Jacadin, Che, Chin, Sovan de Batang. Gosum Ragu Demba Tango Gunja Lamang Awang Tutamne Parajawambo Sanje Karma Bonchoga Tsukaju Java Yasena Kuchi Shape Demba da Cheparado Pardin Lama Tamba Jabji Yongzin Kinji Tango Rumbo Chi Kuchi Shape Jomdin Gombo Tsepada Mebe Over Demba Dang Ruji Tembe Sazi Talib Jango Rumbo Chi Yangsin Trudar Nyurdu Shamba So Leso Jagota Maramede Gendin Deba Jansin Yengor Manjada Chanji Gorchongare Je Provalana Consor Rendena Tete Yundube Tomo Jamjo Zewe Zeban Chin Shi Sova Zeje Dandabala.
Namje Samba Dan Loye Cheda Cheda Chejon Temon Tekbai Cheji Gorolo Gorondo So
남도 주dimsege zaje dere denzin pamerelam köbeze şeram niden name çogoza tubjo dogun jola jazal Rogam jizu zongwe bajen lo zangbo chebe chege ingun dam yawe yapdo gyogyan jase zo mawe senge time lo dozu Regam zabo mendro dambe zo rem yelam yelo bor jemende dejen kushe drebo donzem Yongzin lama yuba jelan du Dadan simjen damje lo chuzo drowa jinje labdo zo che lamdo drowa jinje labdo zo lam drowa sawa jinje labdo drowa e shuzo jawa jinje labdo zo dagi yula tingi zin chodo gyoba jinje maloba gewara jinje labdo sol O na namga dan nyambe simjen damje yang dagbar zokbe sange songjo doje chang jembe koban tobar ja dei chido tambe chue sen che nyambe kulong dang kunje nambar dagbe sen chal dela yang gang sembar jewe cheni lo jong shamba shidal ne sumba dagdön la shena changsim mingi ane tende
Now think to yourself that it is for the benefit of all of our mothers, all the sentient beings who are as limitless as space, that we must bring them that we must achieve the state of completely perfect Buddhahood, the unified state of Vajradhara. Think to yourself that it is for this purpose that we are listening to the Dharma this morning. And with such a pure motivation and with a pure attitude, please listen to the Dharma. The Dharma that we are listening to this morning is the freedom from the 4 attachments, the mind training text. And among these, we have come to the third point. If you are attached to your own aims, it is not bodhicitta. And so I will continue with the explanation of this text. But before I speak about that, I would like to wish everyone good morning.
Shambadana nyangende na dewato shambashira nyamgi yangs ta shamba tada da dana ane nyangende ba druptugi yoba imbare ane nyangende ba ngwe druptuba ina ane thartugi dewa togi yoba imbare teinza ane shambashira nyamgi yangs.
And so the root text continues, when free of attachment you pass to nirvana. When you've passed to nirvana, you gain happiness, the melody of experience, freedom from the 4 attachments. And so if you are free from all attachments, then you pass to nirvana. And when you actually achieve nirvana, then you achieve the ultimate happiness. And so therefore, this is the melody of experience, the freedom from the 4 attachments.
안에 년퇴다 안에 년랑기 태과된죠 안에 시와초집에 냥대 점 된다는 얘기예요 봐임바래 나가서 안에 태과 전부임비 좀zel나 때네 안에 기부침부 람 냠슬랭과 임바래 안에 기부침부 세디 안에 잔줄람들래 랑기떡비 동알기 강시 생기 동알근 양다 세버군네도 깨부더니 초이노스 셰송만나신 안에 정원군들로도 타이게 안에 신이 가르송셔 쉬바이나 닝지 전부 샤원도 교배 안에 semjen 탐지기 동알 세버자비 치르도 안에 친구들 미소로 바스 대답을 송여바 임바래 대인자 내가서 태과 전부 임비찬에 안에 기부 춘별람 냠스 랭과디 개좀시라 자고 그랬어.
Now the listeners and the self-Buddhas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, seek primarily to achieve liberation and peace for themselves. However, we are practitioners of the Mahayana, and so we must practice the path of the greater individual. And so the path of the greater individual is described by Atisha in his Lamp for the Path to Enlightenment as those who take the suffering in their own being as an example and then develop the wish to free all other beings are the greater type of person. And in commenting upon this, Jamgun Kontra Lodratai explains that the characteristics of the greater person is someone who is under the power of compassion and therefore seeks to achieve enlightenment in order to dispel the suffering of all sentient beings. And so therefore, since we are practicing the Mahayana Dharma, it is important that we practice the path of the greater individual.
대인자 안에 년한기 태고된조 안에 시와 초집이 냥데 짬 된던 얘기 여봐 임바래 안주 태고 준비 이미 차네 안에 시와 초집이 냥데 왜 안에 된던 얘기 그거 여봐 임바래 샘진 탐지기 된도 양한다 버려 조배선 좀 토버 되베 안에 되봐 여고와 임바래스
Thus, in the paths of the listeners and the Pratyeka Buddhas, they only seek the nirvana that is a partial peace or one aspect of peace. However, in the Mahayana, we are not interested in this partial peace for only one partial peace. Rather, we need to seek to achieve the complete and perfect Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
대인바래 드네 마 슈베이나 다치고 탈바 빈주메 감숨기 심제 파마이 파마 동안기 셉두샤 다데와 데바 텔레레스 다치고 탈바 빈주메스 감숨기 심제 파마이 파마 동안기 셉두샤 다데와 데라 텔레레스 당안조 안에 감숨기 심제 탐제 당안조 레균데 켈랭게 여자 안에 안조 감숨기 심제 탐제 안에 랑니기 안에 파마 마주바 지게 매바 임바레
To continue with the route, it says, "Yet to liberate myself alone will bring no benefit. For sentient beings of the three realms have all been my parents. How disgusting to leave my parents in the thick of suffering while wishing and seeking for just my happiness alone." And so, since we accept karma, cause, and effect, then we must also assert that all sentient beings in the three realms have been our parents, and there is not one who has not been our parent.
안에 파마 임베가수 안에 tin kadin ane chembe kyana wa impres imbadeya ane phaba getong bales ane chichirishana as made daja kebada dini kawachebada daja gi sojimba jigden kun tamba innos shesonsha bales.
And when they have been our parents, they have cared for us with great kindness, as it is said in the Prajnaparamita Sutra in 8,000 lines. Why is this? It is because they have given birth to you, because they have cared for you, because they have taken great difficulty to raise you and protected your lives.
Donna ane namge tadanye besimje tamje pama magyo bachige meba imbare ane pama imbe tsela tin tseme bakyan ane neba tseme balle ane kyobe betsu chido kanda cheyeba imbares 대인자 안에 진심부시라 이 말이었어.
So there is not a single sentient being among all the sentient beings as limitless as space who has not been our parents. And when they have been our parents, then they have had the unlimited kindness of protecting us from innumerable dangers. And so for this reason, they have been extremely kind to us.
대인자 안에 파마 신도 진짜와 안에 대 안에 동아기 셉도 샤네 아니 다 직보 대화 되버 있나 텔레레스 탑 교시라레스 탑 누구시라레스
And so they have been very helpful to us and very kind. And so for that reason, if we were to disregard the suffering of all of our parents and only seek happiness for ourselves, and leave them in the thick of suffering, then how disgusting, how terrible that would be.
먼저 직된 비찬이 셰베 있나요? 아니 강사지게 파마데 아니 서저 두고 쉬어질라 유제 아니 코나 직보 아니 서저 끼고 쉬어질라 들어와 있나? 다 강사된 거거든. 체 매바 있나? 드네 코 안에 파마데로 안에 서저 두고질라 용네 코 들어와 있나요? 코나 아니 끼고 매바 아니 동아 빠도 매봐 여배 임바레스
And even in worldly terms, if we were to if there were an individual, a single individual who were to leave his parents in some terrible place and then go themselves to some nice place, then no matter how shameless or brazen that individual may be, they would still be upset and experience great pain at the thought of their parents being in such a horrible place.
Donna, ane namgad tamebana semjela tamebare. Tena je namgad nya be semje tamje rani ge phama yuba chi yame. Lendra mangbo shigla ane kadin tin shin du chawa imbare. Ane 단다 끼지 포드 되네 카시 달라톤 카시 녀라톤 임바레 마도 되라 안에 파마마 주바 찌게 매바 임바레스 대인장 대도 남게 타다냐베 심진 탐지 안에 파마마 주바 찌게 매바데 동아기 셉도 샤네 다 직부 대화 되바데 탑두고레스
So in brief, what this is saying is that just as there is no limit to the sky, there is no limit to the numbers of sentient beings. And they have all, there is not a single one of them who has not been our parents. In fact, they have been our parents and guarded us with extreme kindness and compassion many, many times. And so, for that reason, even though because of dying and being reborn, we sometimes see them as enemies or sometimes see them as friends, in actuality, they have all. There is not a single one of them who has not been our father or mother, and so. For that reason, among all of the limitless beings throughout space, there is not a single one who has not been our parents, and to leave them in the thick of suffering is really terrible.
감숨기 동al 달라면 다기 소남 심진결 소남디 진럽기 심제담지 상기 쇼스 감숨기 안에 동al 달라면 도나 제가 배동라 속바 아니 미드바 탐제 랑라면바다 아니 다기 소남 심진케르스 다 아니 세랍디다 세랍 통면에 사베 아니 게웨 게와암 아니 레베 차 탐제 르 링기 아니 똥토바 대 삼바짬기 아니 소남 타예바 여바 임바레 아니 대 소남디 징기 소남디 진랍기 셈제 담제 상기 쇼스 송바레스
The text continues, so may the sufferings of all the three realms ripen upon me. May my merits be taken by sentient beings, and through the blessings of the merit of this, may all beings attain Buddhahood. And so there are all these sentient beings of the three realms who are experiencing suffering. And so may I take all of the bad aspect, all of the loss and the defeat upon myself. And then may I give all of my own merit that is all of the merit from this life and from my lives from beginningless times, all of my virtues and all of the good things that I have. May I give this and be able to give this up completely and give it away to all sentient beings. Merely thinking this is an incredible merit in itself, and by the blessings of this merit, may all sentient beings achieve perfect Buddhahood.
다 되기 안에 유 참바도 닝제 안에 공부 숙라 때네 지부 다신제와 안에 것 땡겨요 버리면서.
Now this passage here teaches the cause, meditating on loving kindness and compassion implicitly, and the result, exchanging self for other explicitly.
다 참바다 다 담보 참바기 안에 참바세디 고남바디 안에 심진 탐제 대화의 테버드베 안에 대화의 테버드베 로치라 샤고 임버레스.
When we say loving kindness here, what this means is the attitude that wishes to bring all sentient beings to encounter happiness.
다 참배 윤된데 안에 린젠 창월에 함이 참버 겨와다 대다기야 송와다 이대와다 대망다 독단 생기 내매다 매바 된톱다 창배 지딘 끼줄때 가데 조와 마주냐 참주인데 게톱 쇼스 송샤와 여배임버레스.
The qualities of loving kindness are discussed in the Garland of Jewels, the Ratnavali. And in this, it says that in this, the gods and humans who have loving kindness are protected. They are pleasing and happy. They are protected from all poisons and weapons. They are able to accomplish all of their aims, and they can be reborn in the realms of Brahma.
다 닝제 세디 안에 심진 탐제 안에 둥알 다 유대제바 타워드베 로데라 닝제 세가 버레스.
Compassion is the attitude that wishes to free all sentient beings from suffering and its causes.
대답은 안에 닝제데 안에 곰베인데 안에 빠도 매바 여베임버레 안에 제레지게 안에 또버저벌레 최직이여나 상기기 최담제 락테도 샤바다부 유르데 지 강하세나 디다데 닝지 셴보 시송 여베임버레스.
And such compassion has inconceivable benefits. As is described in the sutra, in the text of the realization of Avalokiteshvara, it says, "There is one dharma which, if you have it, will bring all the dharma into the palm of your hand. And what is that one dharma? It is great compassion."
대러부 참바도 닝제 숙천부 겁나 주민 영어 텀버도 검바이나 랑신기 천주기 셈 깨게요 뱀바레 천주기 셈 안에 깨나 면셈 다 죽셈 안에 죽셈 게 안에 냠레 게 지슈에 다우디 안에 다신 저와 검바디 임바레스.
If you meditate intensively on such loving kindness and compassion, then you will naturally develop bodhicitta within your being. And with that bodhicitta, there are two types. There is aspirational bodhicitta and engaged bodhicitta. And the primary practice of the engaged bodhicitta is to exchange yourself for others.
다 찬주기 셈 세야디 안에 온도 게레 셈게반이 신두지를 양다조비 찬주데스 임바레 고친이데 마슈베이나 심제 탐지기 된도 양다버 조비 찬주 토버 되베 안에 듬바다 손대도 되베 택젠 람기 주거 되베 조이기 남리 더버질 샤기에 임바레스.
Now, bodhicitta is described in Maitreya's Ornament of Clear Realization as wishing to achieve complete and perfect enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. And so thus the characteristics of bodhicitta would be the primary awareness that engages the path of the Mahayana with the concurrent with the mental factor that wishes to bring all sentient beings to the state of complete and perfect Buddhahood.
다들 생계들라 예나 아니 숨여버 이머래 배고네 야와지 산삼고네 야와지 칭이고네 야와지.
In terms of dividing or classifying bodhicitta, there are three different ways to do this. There is the classifying it in terms of examples, classifying it in terms of the stages of the path, and in terms of its characteristics.
다배고네 야나 니슈상이 여버 임버래 아니 원도겐레 대야 사세르 다와메 때르다 린진 중내서 도지 리메시니에다 이신노부 니말로 결보 저다 람보체 숑바코메 추다니 다니 초르티남게 나바 니슈상이 소스.
There are 22 different examples for this that are given in the clear ornament of clear ornamentation. These are the ground, gold, and so forth, a treasure, the wish-fulfilling jewels, clouds, and so forth.
산삼기고네 예나 아니 시여버 임버레스.
If we classify it in terms of the paths and levels, there are 4 types.
메바드덴 비셈게 파섬닥 비셈게 넘버민 비셈게 디바방 비셈게.
And these 4 are the bodhicitta of aspiration or of intention, the bodhicitta of pure intention, the bodhicitta of ripening, and the bodhicitta of removing obscurations, purifying obscurations.
칭이고네 예와이나 아니 니여버레 아니 던담심게다 군주심게스.
In terms of the characteristics, there are 2 types, the ultimate bodhicitta and the relative bodhicitta.
다 던담심게스 야디 아니 똥니 닝지 닝부진 살라미요와 트레바 타다다 타와스 칠라시 고고 예와이므레스.
The essence of ultimate bodhicitta is that it has the essence of emptiness and compassion and is free of all conceptual complications.
대야 도래 대라 던담 장축이 셈되니 직된레 대봐 트레베 타단트라와 신두 싸와 던담비 요진 제만 매봐 미요와 롱매베 말메 윤더 신두 싸와오.
And so in a sutra it says that ultimate bodhicitta transcends the world. It is free of all conceptual fabrications. It is extremely clear. It is the subject that views the ultimate. It is stainless. It is unmoving. It is like a lamp that is not moved by the wind.
다 군조 전주 심기기 된디 안에 진행한다고 안에 다이 공도 시반하시 심계반의 신도지를 양다조배 전주대 세베 심제 탐지기도 양다고 조배 전주 토버로 대베 뒷바다 촌대도 요베 태젤람비 주고지베 조이긴 남릭 더블실로 거기에 봐임버스.
Now, relative bodhicitta is, as I described above, it is in order to benefit all sentient beings, wishing to achieve enlightenment. And so it is the awareness that wishes to achieve it is the primary awareness that engages the Mahayana and wishes to achieve enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings.
다 군조 전주 심계들라 안에 면셈도 죽셈 니 여be 임바레 대야 안에 준주gle chanju semde dodo na namba ni seajade chanju membe semda chanju jubo ni no sungwe.
Now, relative bodhicitta itself has two types, aspirational bodhicitta and engaged bodhicitta. This is as is said in the way of the Bodhisattva, where it says that the bodhicitta has two types, the aspirational and the engaged.
Da dedawo ane mensemdo juksimni gi kebardiya ane shebata deba mangbo yoba imbare ane papa jambanne lobel lodumne mai gyube lobin shiwale loda ane papa jambanne lobin tongmene mai gyube show selling bilus ni yoba imbares.
Now, there are many different ways to explain the difference between aspirational and engaged bodhicitta. There are primarily two. There is the tradition that came from Manjushri to Nagarjuna and then to Shantideva. And the second is the one that came from Maitreya to Asanga and that was then passed down to Serlingpa.
이게 내 지옥이 우릅나용부터다. You don't need to translate that. 다 파과 잠번네 안 로빈 마르기베 안 로빈 시왈레 로디게 멤버니 조르데바다 다데 조베 상게 토버데베 삼바인라 주관니 조와 뭐다 다데 상게 드비 조임버 섀도우 송샤베 바이러스.
In the tradition that was passed from Manjushri to Nagarjuna and then Shantideva, aspirational bodhicitta is like the wish to go somewhere. It is the wish to proceed to achieve a complete and perfect Buddhahood. Whereas engaged bodhicitta is like actually going and actually engaging in the practices that bring you there.
다 파과 잠반네 안 로변 통면네 말기베 안 조셀링베 로디 안에 멤버니 셈젠 탐지게 된도 다기 조베 상게 토버자오 냠도 안에 레불라 탐잘렘바이라 주관네 상기기 유 파로드 쳔버 둘라 라버자오 냠도 율라 탐자 암 렘버샤바오스 타고다겠나 송샤와 예바이메레스.
The tradition that came from Maitreya to Asanga and then to Serlingpa says that the aspirational bodhicitta is to think that for the sake of all sentient beings I shall achieve Buddhahood. And so this is making the commitment to achieve the result. Engaged bodhicitta is the commitment to the cause, the commitment to practice the 6 paramitas that bring you to enlightenment. And so this is as described in the jewel ornament of liberation.
다 전주 샘게 남샤고 안에 도두 슈사와 임비 니 안에 다 안에 도나 안에 남가당 냠베 샘젠 탐제 안에 랑기 파마마 규버 지겸매바 안에 대 동학이 셉도 샤네 다 찍부 대와 되어 있나 미직바 탑두고 임바 셰제 샘제 탐지기 된도 안에 양다버 조베 청주 토버 되기 삼베 네 삼바 청주기 샘디 깨고야디 개좀시라 차기여 임바레 안에 간저 치반 낭바 깜르케 송만나신 안에 청주기 샘디 안에 태과 준비 죽어다부 차되게 여장 개좀시라레 성기도.
And so that is a brief discussion of bodhicitta. And so basically here, for all the sentient beings who are as limitless as space, there is not a single one who has not been our parents. And if we are to leave them in the midst of suffering and achieve happiness for ourselves or alone, then this is really terrible. This is really, really not good at all. And so it is very important for us to have the bodhicitta, that is the wish to achieve complete and perfect enlightenment for all of their benefit. As it is said, the distinction between the childish and the nobles is bodhicitta. And so in this way, bodhicitta is the gateway into the Mahayana.
대답고 안에 신도 개체와 전주기 샘디 안에 깨버려봐라 깨위 유시 상고와 임버레스.
And in order to develop this bodhicitta, which is so critically important, there are 4 causes.
대야 안에 전주 샘베 살레장 대라 유시 강세나 릭 편숨 쪽안에 전주 샘베 샘 깨위 유탕보 상계의 전주 샘바다 계획 신인기 용수 샘바네 전주 샘베 샘 계획 유니바오스 당고티마스.
This is as described in the levels of the bodhisattvas by Asanga, where it says, what are the causes of bodhicitta? Having the family or the capacity of the Mahayana is the first cause of developing bodhicitta. Being accepted by the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas and a spiritual friend is the second cause of bodhicitta.
샘제 남나 닝제와니 전주 샘바 샘기 유순바오 코웨 동알당 까와 제비 동알 유링와 남바 나초바 자과 바르치 체 메비강 미직바데니 전주 샘바 샘기 유시바오 손여바 임바레스.
Compassion for all limitless sentient beings is the third cause of bodhicitta. And having no fear when thinking of the suffering of samsara or all the difficulties that one must undergo, and being willing to accept the obstacles is the fourth cause of bodhicitta.
대인자 유시 원도 소메 고네 아니 전주기 샘 깨탑라 지투 강투 배주 제거야디 개좀시라 차디기 여바 임바레.
And so it is extremely important for us to make efforts at gathering these 4 causes and trying to, doing our best in any way we can to develop bodhicitta.
다 로종기 말람데 송 대송사베 슈구데 되는 곰치 슈긴스.
We will next recite the aspiration for mind training, and after that, I will give you the instructions for meditation.
도제 터진 덴바에 다신 가냐임 조금 장주 zem조 개월아죠 셈제 제다 마쇼 차다 냐와 뇨에 동라 유르 라라 다게 참베 셈다니 셰다 메베게자 Nanga nyambe rola sheda nyambe nego doje rege chere zemelo yeje chodo senan de shala shodan yeda te konyo dongai yure dala den dage konve de chame be gezama nanga nyambe rola srena yeda ne don be mare ge chere surado yeje chodo de mo chela shona tenro lenje kyoba dongala gyude dala daje kejan shera demo mebe ngeza nanga nyambe rola demo Nam Nye Samoy Gyulaj Zosai Goban Chodoj Drona Jigbay Jurus Mede Badan Chebad Nyedu Senoy Neros Bebay Nandan Chawad Jadul Nyenyoy Sunan Yebay Yangi Melon Madan Lonje Nyendas Mebay Zoye Menye Paraje Loroy Yetros Göbe Domay Jenye Dagi Dazi Dendrol Tezmoy Gebe Morgun Kaje Wonday Luzo Debay Mebay Cholaj Simjin Tamjin Deki Janjoy Chulay Jobraj Dagi Cheje Gekro Shazoy Jodoy Shembraj Dalay Tegu Zenraj Mader Oday Gruder Trojon Degoy Nesen Sanye Leje Jabaz Dorna Dalu Tomad Dagi Mene Gyen Lonzi Rebe Jogun Tome De Zenen Pazo Doje Chembo Dewa Jendo Tembraj Dagi Gozumay Jajut Lüge Temay Tunje Jobe Gonay Jenesh Dagi Luzolatır Miday Mimezmen Tomay Konray Sanjaj Dalay Dene Junzek Digbe Jevur Magyuruj Melan Juday Megyur Danay Demra Majo Dazin Diye Tamjil Daday Kanyamay Jogun Denge Mimayin Las Tenday Donday Nyedur Nyam Donlay Denje Jeva Gonzoy Pamray Majur Men Jidin Tanay Pamal Chenje Vane Kanshi Mabur Nesne Chanwar Teve Pamay Simjin Shori Nebe Temtem Keday Gekay Shenlaj Kyonday Bugay Langhal Dagi Lasan Jiyed Tamjid Tevjan Tzozoy Chanjo Simjo Rinpoch Tonyi Ninje Nyemboj Chenje Maloy Gyave Delay Nyedoy Gene Namge Sanje Nyorodoy Yo
다 곰치 제임바레 아니 남카다 냠베 아니 심젠 탐제 랑기 파만 마교버 지겸메바 진신도 차와데 동아기 셉도 샤네 다 찍고 아니 대월 되베 삼바디 탑 두고임바 셰네 아니 심젠 탐제기 된도 양다버 조베 chanchu 토버 되베 토버 지긴 토버 아니 베즈 지도 강도 지긴세 대더버 된라 아니 냠샤 나워 shoes.
Now for the instructions on the meditation. Please contemplate how terrible and dreadful it would be to leave all of the sentient beings who are as limitless as space, none of whom have not been our mother, and who have all been extremely kind to us, contemplate how terrible it would be to leave them in the thick of suffering and only achieve happiness for ourselves. And so contemplate how, for the sake of all sentient beings, you will commit to achieving complete and perfect Buddhahood and do any effort that you need to in order to achieve this goal. And then please rest in equipoise, meditating upon this.
콘도슈비 대라 냠샤 마제베 ngaro도 아니 라니 삐딩도 샤데 중세 냠버 샤워슈.
But before you meditate upon this, please place your hands on your knees and rest evenly for a few moments.
다다 이 콘도슈비 대라 아니 남남 슈든다 뎀베 토네 셈 마행원 제베 아니 냠버 샤로나스.
Now please rest in meditation, contemplating what I just discussed, with your body in the seven-pointed posture of Vairochana and your mind free of distraction.
파티링기 추데 대삼도 나와슈 투시.
This is enough for our Dharma session this morning. Thank you.
Yes. 초 준노 주베 상게 당 chanju semba tamje dala konsu so tu sumgi 상게 장sem 남다로 고숨기 tukjen namgi rangshingi saje samegi geza tamje chanjub dongo upa chedawa shindo dajala sode kanyam semjen tamje yang tedarang owarai ye wo 상게 장sem 대덕이 투 깨바다 말람 지점도 멤버를 잡아 대신도 다소 심진 탐지 기장 대더도 심 깨바다 멤버를 예오 대신도 다소 심진게 라만라 샵도 긴들라 니고르 겨월라 진동 중볼라 토르마 구숭 토기 땡샹바 라바숨 퇴섬 곰숨 파로드 진보 주의 계자 도유명하다 제바 냠소 랑베 계자 자조데 셈젠 자조 상계 자조 고반예네 장주 자조 원도 제데 예셰 자조 당 꾸자조 코웨 자조 겜베 주릉오 초준나 슈베 상계당 장주 셈바 탐제 달라 공수소 긴든 준반남 달라 공수소 다민 장군 공로로 취기님마 셰자웨 셰기웨 체 토마 메바네 타마 다달라 투게 바도 짐발레 중와다 추dim레 중와다 공발레 중베 게웨 자와 기바당 기도 자와당 기발라 지수 이랑웨 게웨 자와당 케버도 대지게 로라 군조라 쳐바보와당 긴들라 니고르 제바당 바로도 짐베가 드바다 최경 라도마 보와다 중볼라 토마다 와다 유미니링 라도모 장발라 소바 게웨 자와디 짐바담바 심지요 심지요제 나주기 속된기 조대 캠보다 로벤다 파담멘 원도 조월 제베 타이베 심지 담제기 된도 남바 담제기베 상제 토벌 교르제 대마도게 버도 세람네 세랍 탐제도 더줄 표숨 소베 밀류 도벌 교르제 밀류 톰네 장 택보 준비 기회 신년단 태벌 교르제 대당와당 지수 땜반낭네 대주발라 치당 난게 버제 담제 메징 미종와다 자자전부 초경어조 도벌 교르제 대코나 신도 교르제 대코나 신도 교르제 대코나 신도 교르제 다 계산님 하시는데라 남주지마 사제 되는 미망보 시에바 이마다 데 탐제 넘버 속에 툭라 샤제 아니 예고면디 된데 툴라 샤로나스 쉐이.
The other day, an Air Asia flight crashed, killing all of the people on board. Many people died in that accident, and so please keep them all in mind as I recite this dedication on behalf of the deceased, and please dedicate the merit for their benefit.
초준나 주베 상계당 전주 선바 탐지제 신 셀레 대반남 La Gonsu So Gindun Zumba Nam Tsele Deba Nam Gonsu So Shin Tsele Deba Nam Tu Sumdu Sabe Gewe Zawa Jimba Le Chungwa Dan Tsudim Le Chungwa Dan Bomba Le Chungbe Gewe Zawa Giba Dan Gidu Zawa Giba La Jesu Yirangwe Gewe Zawa Dan Shuna Chiba Daja Nidu Deba Namge Tsele Deba Namge Tendu Kunjala Cheba Dan Gindun La Nigur Cheba Dan Ka Sherab Ye Paro Du Chimba Chaba Dan Chegyon La Toma Puwa Dan Jungbo La Toma Tawa Dan Yumi Niring La Temo Changba La Sopa Gewe Zawa Te Shin Tsele Deba Kalde Legi Wangi Chowa Rikru Kangdan Kangdu Geyang Gewe Zawa Te Dan Te Chi Shindu Shukshin Chi Shindu Chane Chowa Rikru Ge Dunga Tada Dan Chane Tajum Milu Pesum Sopa Tobar Gyoro Je Milu Tomne Yang Kunju Sumge Dra Te Bar Gyoro Je Kunjusum Geta Tene Kunjusumla Teba Tobar Kyureje Kunjusumla Teba Topne Yang Gyabzu Jowadan Semge Chene Labi Shitadala Labden Namba Tamje Gembe Sange Tobar Kyureje Tekona Shindo Kyureje Tekona Shindo Kyureje Tekona Shindo Kyureje
Gwenjo sumla cha calo deya benzan deya awan buddha nai soy han deya ta na chatra sarva dita chatre na meza meda dane bavendu soy han gwenjo sumla cha calo 대신 셰바 다좀바 양타바란 조베 산제 남바란 남제라 차자 파바 창주 셈바 쳔보 투제 쳔보 단뎀 남제 닝보라 차자로 데리아타 벤자데야와 모다네 대한다 벤자데야와 모다네 소 대한다 벤자데야와 모다네 소 대한다 벤자데야와 모다네 Papa Sherake Parodo Chimbala Nebara Gyuru Du Tamje Dan Gegdan Loje Tamje Medon Vara Gyuru Chive Tujena Papa Tsepado Meba Tong Vara Gyuru 대신 셰바 남단 장주 셈바 탐지 통화라인 교로 물론 제드라 다바신도 통화라인 교로 조준 대신 자와에서 단 라마에 동아 간주 주죠 말레 신게 되니 조소 dunje nangrai pete denlaj lunga yezon gube chaza chena zonla deje nyeje tenjo deje namje chena wenje debe zola danoj tade mege gebe radoj Chinje tele andojre andoje Sunam gezo gunla yiram Gyalve zona nyanye meda Dene sumda lame chego Gezo malun chove gyula Dona lame tarbe sarjin Zonje seche dala gonzos Daje zambe melama razan Gyalvay kundoy zondan teze Papa jambra yange kemba Teday gunge jezo dalo Tembe bajro lama rinje Namgay shendoy kunlay chabraj Niendo Shendo Gunla Salva Revo Shendo Tado Tempora Tembe Shema Gendu Rembo Todun Jemzan Lazum Jeju Tembe Nyembo Sana Drube Tamzi Deshin Kezo Tarshin Tembe Jenda Chugyon Gerbo Shabzi Jijin Tenlai Membarajo Tembe Shabde Gari Lembo Leju Rabire Zardan Dembaraj Tembe Suji Kimda Jordan Banju Deje Nyeze Membaraj Tenlai Debe Yangve Gyalakman Deje Paraje Shevaraj Lamla Nebe Namjur Dani Tamzi Menya Zamba Jabra Dala Zanye Leje Treju Nega Tardo Gyalve Jezish Dona Lame Tebe Gorjo Kwezan Yazi Do bara ejo chanjo zemjo rembo che maje bana ge yoro je ge wa nyamba me ba yang kone kondo be wara ejo